9, 4. Tax evasion. Yeah. Not paying our taxes. Yeah. Never going to jail. Yeah. Hell yeah. Kiss my ass, highways. We got a road and it goes nowhere. Yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah. Video game awards tonight. We'll be streaming it on Twitch. We got a YouTube stream, but we'll do it. We'll do that one on Twitch. It's a scam. The awards are designed very specifically to upset people. We watch them very simply because they have video game trailers. Predictions. Game of the year is only allowed to go to a game with daddy issues. So whatever game on the list best represents daddy issues, that will be the one that will win. I looked like I had a good night's sleep. I was up very late playing Neo 2. I was trying to get this one Odachi move where you go like this. And I farmed a boss for like an hour and I couldn't get it. But hopefully I'll be able to get it today. This is the move I want. If I'm surrounded, I want to do this. It's not a very realistic move. The best looking streamer around. I did lift yesterday, actually. No, I actually didn't fight Obsidian Samurai much. Fought Warrior of the East. I fought Ice Odachi guy. And I finished all the subquests. I got all the Kodama. Kaze, hello. So yeah, we lifted yesterday. I felt good. I felt like powerful. I was like, oh, I'm level 100. Yeah, easily level 100. When you fight the Ice Odachi guy, he drops like lucite crystals. I'm excited about Monster Rancher. I loved that game as a kid. Monster Rancher and Tecmo's Deception were some of my absolute most favorite PlayStation 1 games. I was like, I lost my mind about Deception. So I don't... Maybe find a trailer for it. Let me see if I can find the original trailer for it. Some rather large monster news is dropping tonight? No way. No way. At the Game Awards? I'm sure there will be something. I'm trying to see if I can find a trailer. I don't even know if a trailer exists for the game. Ah, there is. Uh-huh. All right, let's just show this real quick. Let's just show this real quick. I think this will be fun. I got to make myself tiny though, right? Otherwise, I'm going to be like right in the way of everything. Ooh. Oh, and there's probably going to be all these animals in the way too. Well. It's a good thing I'm a professional streamer. We'll be doing bets on the Game Awards tonight. Oh, the music was so good too. These are all traps. That's your spooky house. I absolutely loved that game. Tecmo's Deception. They've made some sequels, but they just they keep making it more and more anime, which is it's fine. Like, I like anime as much as the next guy, but the first game felt like a video game. Like you were a video game evil guy. So you're a guy, you get trapped in the house, you make a deal with the devil. I can't remember what happens. You might have been a prince. Something like that. I've played Illbleed before. I don't know that I will ever play it again. That game sucked ass. I hated that game. It's probably made by some of the people that worked on Deception, though. It's just not as good as Deception. And so what will happen is these heroes. Let me see if I can find a video. These heroes will start invading your mansion, and you got to set up traps to kill them. I'll just see if I can find a video real quick. Here's a long play, 7 hours and 34 minutes. Okay, we'll do that one real quick. What a good service, people out there doing long plays. It's actually like a public service in a way. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that noise. Oh, it's so good. Okay. Let's skip ahead. Let's just skip ahead to the 2-hour mark. Oh, they just finished the mission. Okay, let's go to the hour and I have to, my love for this game at the time may have blinded me to think it was a literal masterpiece. So you fully make your dungeon, you completely make it. It's not a dungeon, it's a mansion. What a repulsive name, Castle of the Damned, and I'm the castle master? It's honey, why are you serving Satan? Come home and be with me. But I think you're stuck there. I think there's multiple endings. What the hell is this? This is Tecmo's Deception. We're just looking at it. I know you can take people prisoner. I don't know. I don't remember what you could do with them. Dude, this is on a place that, I know it looks really, really dumpy by modern standards, but this was a pretty big deal to be on the PlayStation. You guys like the music? Why is she talking like a dog? Oh, is that your name, Rue? Why does she keep going Rue? Did they name themselves that? That's really funny. Alright, I want to skip ahead because I want to show you guys the actual gameplay section. He got a big foot. He squished him with a big foot. I loved it. He's just going to keep squishing him with a foot. All this guy did was make feet for traps. It's a little boring. Oh, yeah, I remember those door noises, too. So you could put this game into your Monster Rancher, and you would get a special monster. I might play it someday. This would be an excellent YouTube material. Use his body for creating monsters. Amazing. I think that's it. I think that was the last guy. Look at those doors. Oh, Fiona. This is pre-trap. This is the original. I don't know what's going on with Fiona. Oh my god. The little bodies of the people you capture stay in there. You can actually talk to them. I don't remember that. I don't remember talking to the captured bodies. Yeah, and I think there's like a secret door he builds. That's the sort of thing you could do in these games. Like, the later games, like, weren't so much about setting up different traps. It was about setting up, like, sick combos. Wait, she had the evil crown? Gilbert was the only one. Would I play Trapped on Zero? I love these games, Fire Cannon. What do you guys think about the music? Do you want to save? No, the madman. This is only, by the way, 2 hours into a 7.5 hour playthrough. All right. Not a stream about Trapped, though. Unfortunately, it's a stream about Monster Hunter. I'm a little disappointed. I love Traps confirmed. Dude, I love it so much. It's like literally one of my favorite games of all time. Like I said, like the later games in the series are like, they're okay. It's just like, it's just not the same. It's not like, you're not some brooding dude alone in the mansion of the damned. You're like some girl that hangs out with like 3 booby demon girls and like are launching people all over the place like a pinball. You know? It's not the same. It's still okay. Just not the same. So, we are making the Garuga mask, Garuga chest, Garuga legs. I tried to do Frenzied Garuga, and he completely kicked my ass. There's no Booba Girls in 2. I think it's by 3 pro count. 3 or 4 is like full-on Booby Girls. Comfy 4 p.m. stream, it's a normal. Almost a normal day. Yeah, the Metroid mission is hard, man. Top Steiner? Dude, I used to love traveling. Now I never leave my house. How many are there, Pro Cow? Is it 4 of them? I know they stopped making them at a certain point. You stayed up all day? Wow, you must be exhausted. Well, if you make it to 8 o'clock, that'll be okay. So we're going to take Shock Trap, we're going to take Farcaster, take Flash Bombs. I was concerned last time about the drones killing each other, but I don't think it's going to happen. Yeah, I was really nervous the Velociprey and Genprey would really mess me up. But the funny thing is like, they fight each other the whole time. So they don't even like really bother you all that much. Yeah, had a great dinner last night, guys. Had some chicken parm with some gnocchi. The gnocchi was on sale. It's one of the best arena songs. Come on. He's supposed to come down after you kill 5. Like gnocchi? Did I say it wrong? Gnocchi? How is it pronounced? I'm gonna wait for him to get enraged before I actually do the... God, it comes out so quick. Gnocchi? 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 4U and 3U were peak Monster Hunters? There were some good ones, man. Scream. Yeah. They make his armor surprisingly easy to make. Gnocchi? Gnocchi? Okay. I'm seriously not memeing. We're gonna get a sleep off. Didn't I grab the... What a waste of healing if I didn't grab it. This is now a Naki stream. It was like maybe the third time I made it, and this time I tried to put a sauce on it after I cooked it. It was still chewy, but the moisture from the tomato sauce took away a little bit from the crunchiness, so I don't think I'll do that again. I think it's important to experiment with your food. It's a Shepard of a Twitch Prime gaming delivery with my name on it. A Prime gaping sub? Just kill me. I want the fortify. Thank you, Goose Moister. Will you be here tonight for the Game Awards? Remember when they did the Summer Game Awards and it was all like giving out awards to video games they literally just announced? Stream elements is low? I can make it a bit louder. Hardest part about streaming is literally audio balancing. Nothing else matters. It's happening later today. It is happening in 9 hours? Time. I'm going bananas. I'll be on earlier than that. I used the wrong trap. Oops. 5:30 PST? No. Like 4:30 PST. Is like when the pre-show is going to start. See your sub message last night? I actually typed something afterwards. You said you were trying to use the emotes in another chat. Which emote did you need, by the way? That's got a really wide range on it. You may not be on for those. It is the worst possible time for people in the EU. Unless you wake up, like, extremely early. And this will reach. I saw that turn up very sad. Get a voice. I'm going for it. Cut the tail? I don't really need the tail for anything. I mean, an extra scale or something would be nice. But it's not necessary. Did I just break the back? Is my greatsword fully upgraded? No. Well, it's as fully upgraded as I can get it until I beat, I think I have to beat Gog Mazios before I can upgrade it again. Are we talking about BB-8 Pro Cal? The kids just magically knew his name. I mean, BB-8 was probably one of the better additions because it was actually somewhat creative. Is the Neo speedrunner? Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see, like, Neo is a sort of game where if you understand how the key management system works, and you even just get a little bit lucky with weapon drops, there's no reason you couldn't go, like, really fast. Because most levels, you can just, like, run past everything. That wind press is actually terrifying. You can definitely do stuff like it in World Gator. It's just like, it's part of the reason why I don't really like True Charge Slash that much, because it feels like you're always just going for True Charge Slash. Because the damage just works out to be generally better. Maybe if for some reason you had, like, really good element on your greatsword without losing any raw. Just play how you want in Rise? Good. Wait. Why are there cats in this arena? Why is he here? What? It's in World 2. I've never used it in World. I mean, it's because, like, you're always going, like, need more True Charge Slash. Although there's probably openings where it would make a lot more sense. I think it's just because, like, the follow-up slash is just so strong in this game. It's really good. What did he drop? Looking tasty as always? Thank you, Mixilog. If Rampage was like Tecmo's Deception, oh, that would be so good. You can turn the monsters into humans. I would assume you'd have to go monster to human. It's not like you turn one monster into another monster. This is an event quest. It is. It's the event quest for the Garuga mask. It's just a place for me to get Garuga materials without doing the Metroid hunt, which feels quite a bit harder. Kagero Deception 2 is something from Monster Rancher. It makes sense that they would borrow from each other. Not the video game Rise Rampage? Oh, I know Rise Rampage. We're talking about Rampage, like the big monster quest? Classic Rampage? I tried to beat that game so much on the Nintendo, but I did not have the patience to go through all of the levels. Deception 1 has multiple endings, yeah, ProCal. There's one ending. You gotta become evil. Shocking, I know. I mean, I get all the break rewards. So that's kind of neat. And then I get these rewards, which seem like that's a good amount of rewards. Like, I don't look at that and be like, oh no, I got robbed of rewards. I mean, that looks fine. For like how doable the quest is. Didn't Gen U have a Baki collab as an event? I think that was actually Generations. So even pre-Gen U. Way better than farming Garugan expeditions? Whoa. So the chest is... I can't make the chest. Arms? Okay, these arms are a straight upgrade. The mask gives you low-grade earplugs. Baker the Hut. Now, the only thing about putting the mask on is, in a way, well, we'll mess around with it. We'll see what we get. The defense is actually quite a bit lower. Like, it says the mask goes up to 92 defense. Yeah, it does have low defense. It feels like it's scaled to be like a gunner helm. Right now I'm just trying to see if I can get sheathing. I could have Razor Sharp on my set. I don't really need Razor Sharp, though. I look very tired. This is the amazing part about Twitch, in that literally moments ago, somebody's like, wow, Shepard, you look so well rested. And then somebody comes in and they're like, Shepard, you look so tired. I don't know what to tell you. Really don't know what to tell you. Not tired. Feel good. You guys all know how I feel about when people come in and say, "Streamer, you look tired." Thank you. Oh, well rested because the intro I did? High energy. My biggest concern with this set is I still need Garuga ears. I look buff with a full head of hair. Somebody wants that VIP. I look like I watched a cat video before starting the stream today. I totally did. I totally did. And I'd do it again, too. How many cat videos I watched before stream? 2. I was like, I should really start the stream, but I'm like, I gotta watch these cat videos. It's a video about a woman who raised her cat like a dog. I look like somebody who could kick Hinata's ass. Dude, Hinata would jump, like, over me. But did I watch it without you? Are you guys gonna be there for me when I change the channel to a just chatting, just watching animal videos all day channel? Actually, I didn't spend the time with Obsidian Samurai. I did spend a lot of time in Neo 2. Hinata would 100% shark jump me. Oh my god. Better content than carding. Carding is part of the plan. Carding is a feature, not a bug. It makes me stronger. See, I think we're going to make the arms and the legs. We're just going to add sheathing. I guess we might need to make the head too. But we'll add sheathing to our armor set. We're not going to be able to get crit draw, I don't think. Not until we beat Dogmazios. Moving on to perma YouTube streams? Well, I'm here now, aren't I, Valentius? We do our variety video gaming on YouTube now. That is what I have decided. Until I change my mind. So if you like the stream, but you're like, God dang it, I am sick and tired of all this monster hunting, join us on YouTube, where we are usually playing something that is not Monster Hunter. Do co-stream with Jono and Jono's channel? I don't know if he has his own channel or if he just uses the Monster Hunter channel. Nice. Woo! That's fast. Kill me. It's his channel now? Dude, I'd love to. Jono is a good co-streamer. Balloons? We actually did a little bit of balloons. We beat the vampire balloon. I don't know his name. Necro balloon? I kind of saved that. Is A plus backswing on Greatsword even good? If you don't have any other attacks that are gonna hit. I mean, is the damage good? If it's the only thing that's going to hit the monster, it's the best move you have. That was cool. That was cool. Lich. Yeah, it's called Lich. I mean, things get tweaked out a little bit in generations forward, but all the way up to Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate, you've got a lot of moves in this game, and yeah, I mean, draw charging and especially strong charging are both very powerful, but that doesn't mean like combo greatsword is suddenly worthless. Those hits still do decent damage. Almost all of the moves on greatsword outside of like the kick and the slap are actually pretty okay, Enigma. Get him! You have to think a little bit, too, about how the moves move you. Like, sometimes I'll do, like, a round slash just because I like that it's going to move me forward by a step. That can be really beneficial sometimes. If you need to change your positioning, either to move closer to the monster, or even in this game, you could use it to combo into strong charge, which that's always cool. I don't want to get him with the sleep knife now. That wind pressure is something else. I can get the head over him. Oh, yeah. Oh, that feels so bad. You roll away. His head was in the ground. Missing on the greatsword feels so sad. Yeah, it's such a wasted opportunity whenever you whiff. And he really tweaks out for a while, huh? I got hit by the slowest tail flip. He's gonna go again. Oop! It's okay, just getting the double fortify. He's almost dead. I forget when pitfall traps actually work on him. Does he have to be exhausted? What if the praise get me? Like, I kill the Garuga, but I die to the praise? End stream. I will go home. I will immediately start filling out job applications. How much is Fortify with 2 carts? 20% more attack, 30% more defense, I think. It's a pretty big deal. And obviously stacking on top of everything else is also a pretty big deal. This is scary. There's the tail. Oh, God. I know who I am. Garuga's a great fight in Iceborne. Both versions are great. Haven't broken the back though. Wait, this will play good. We'll see more Ryozo in a video soon? I'm pretty sure he'll be at the Game Awards. Like, I would be shocked if Rise doesn't win something. I think it's still technically one of Capcom's best-selling games on a single platform. Like, ever. Ryozo and Harada's bar. I don't know, man. I'm not sure if they'd want, like... I'm not sure if Capcom is as cool with staff speaking that casually. I think it was Ono. Ono was giving an interview once to the press, and he had like a marketing guy like up his ass. But then again, Ryozo is like, you know, second in line to run Capcom, so. Nice. Why is there just like one cat running around here? I mean, Capcom is definitely going more Monster Hunter. I really like, in about 1 to 2 years, we should start seeing like the Monster Hunter copycats get churned up again. Because like game companies definitely take notice, like when you see games like Monster Hunter World selling like 20 million copies. Like it may not be Mario or Animal Crossing, but for any company that is not Nintendo, those are insane sales. is Quick Sheath on Great Sword? Does it just like get slapped to your back super quick? I'm assuming it's probably pretty good. God Eater 4? Snowclouds, if you have any advice on how to enjoy God Eater, I will play it someday. I just can't get past the anime. I can't do it. And I like anime. That's the weird thing. I don't have a problem. I'm not like one of those anti-anime people. I just can't handle it. Turn off my brain. You enjoy it with friends? What would you say is the best God Eater to get started with? Just God Eater 1? God cooking? Like you cook the gods? And then you eat them. I would play that game. Resurrection, then Rage Burst? Rage Burst I know is the first game, right? Just like G-Rank version. Skip all tutorials and cutscenes. This is the advice I'm looking for. Watch a couple endgame hunt speedruns. Like, I'm sure the combat probably gets pretty good by the endgame, right? Oh, Rage Burst is the second? Really? Huh. Maybe I'll watch the Netflix anime. Maybe that'll, like, get me into the game. Two fake catalogs. So generous. Oh, come on. Don't do that. Don't do what? I got one immenseness ticket, though? What does that do? Don't watch the anime. It can't be that bad. Oh my god. For the record, I've enjoyed most Netflix animes I watch. I'm not ashamed to admit it. No managers in the office today? Living the dream. Go away, stinky managers. It lets you see his immenseness, yeah. Custom bullets are too overpowered. That's what I've heard. So I got this sheathing gem somewhere. Is this the one? No, it's 4 sheathing. Where's all my fortitude? Yeah, this is going to be the problem. We're not going to have fortitude. We do have quick sheath, though. Grampy gave you $100. I read that in the Discord. I'm very happy for you. We almost have expert. What are you going to spend your $100 on? Is it 100 Canadian dollars? Not bullying, just genuinely curious. What's the other Vita monster like? Freedom Wars. Freedom Wars is okay, from what I understand. So can I still get fortified? Game, hello. Does do that from time to time. That should be 6, right? Make the Garuga torso. I can't make it yet. Actually, we're not going for Garuga torso. The only other thing I need is the Garuga mask. Really need that Garuga ear. I'm not doing this. But that is there. Get expert for now? It feels like kind of a waste of not, like, gemming it in, right? I could get expert +1 and attack up small. Is this game on PC? I am emulating it on PC. It's being emulated. Guess that's okay. I still need parts for the Garuga mask, I think. Just make sure we have all that. We have it. Well, if I get the Garuga mask, then I can replace the Tacet with something else. Like, I've got the Excello coil. That might be okay. Oh, no, that's not going to help at all. You can do multiplayer with emulation. Yeah, it's a little scuffed, but it is possible. On November 2nd, 2007, Canadian dollar 7 cents higher in value than the US dollar. How low you've fallen, though. I'm trying to think what I want to do now. Like, I need to cycle quests to get... Like, can I just keep doing, like, expeditions? And then eventually we might get Garuga. Is this GU? No, this is Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. This is the G-Rank expansion of Monster Hunter 4. At least it's country. Oh, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong, Dorvin, man. You could go down a very long list in all the ways that you own my country. Started in Rise, so you're a Monster Hunter noob? No, don't. You're not a noob, man. You're lucky. Like, that just means, like, you've got so many more opportunities to enjoy the game. Man, there's really no way to consistently get a low-rank Garuga, is there? I kind of hate that. Best quest cycle was to deliver the cooked meat. You guys think of PC versus Switch for Sunbreak? Oh, I mean, even if you miss out a couple events, I mean, the performance for PC is just like, it's like no question. Do I have meat? I thought I had steaks. Deliver a mega potion? We'll just do that. We'll do that a couple times. 60 FPS or 120 FPS or true 1080p or 4K or whatever it is you're doing. Plus like mods and stuff. Mods are usually pretty fun. I mean, an OLED is like OLED Switch is probably a lot of fun to play if you're on the couch a lot. Oh, but you're getting a Steam Deck? Couch gaming. I would assume the Steam Deck will still run Rise better than the Switch runs Rise. Did I like your cursed Jen Moran and your world screenshot? I did not see your world. Well, I did see your world screenshot with you shooting the barrels. That was cool. And yes, the Jen Moran like spawning like 30 feet to the left was pretty entertaining. You have a 10-year-old daughter? Dude. My wife just recently got back into Animal Crossing, so I technically don't have a Switch right now. Monster Hunter Sunbreak saves a Rise generation? Maybe. I don't think that's... Oh, no, it did. I was going to say, I don't think that actually advanced it, but I think it did. Where's the list of things that can spawn it? Celtis Queen, Yankuku, Gravios, Rathalos, Rathian. And then obviously, Garuga. Wow. Was that on console, Psychotic, or was that on emulation? I'm assuming console, because that's usually the way Restrato plays. It's like a month away, guys, for Monster Hunter Rise on PC. Pretty cool. Looking forward to hear news about a Monster Hunter World 2. I don't think they would announce a World 2 yet, do you? I mean, it's possible. They announced 4U before 3U came out. Or they announced 4 before 3U came out. But I think they're just going to be talking about Sunbreak, guys. They ever fix the Earth Crystal exploit in 4U? I think even in 1.1 it's still there. This is actually killing my soul. Great Jaggy and Tetsukabra. First Sunbreak full trailer today? Yeah, we'll probably get like, you know, a solid 3-minute trailer showing off some of the new features. Because we really haven't gotten anything. How long has Iceborne been in maintenance mode? Little over a year. Fatalis came out in like October of 2020. Something like that. Dude, imagine if they're just like, new Monster Hunter World content today. Oh my god. That's like pure copium. That will never happen. But it'd be cool. I mean, I'm sure there's some metrics that they see of more people actively playing World at times than are playing Rise, and it probably makes them think like at least a little bit. Grigori shows up, but it's not Dragon Stalker 2, but Monster Hunter collab. I mean, I'd be happy no matter what. More Grigori is a good thing. AT Safi, dude, it'd be so cool. There's the clip. Oh, hold on, I need to check. Not Nursella or Ketchawacha. This is how it works, right? Like, somebody tell me if I'm wrong. This is what I was told in chat yesterday. Because I've never really explored this stuff. I have to do an event with either of those guys or a Garuga to unlock his guild quest. Dude, you get hooked on wire recovery. Now, would be building up the rare monster discovery do anything for me if I were, like, hunting other things? Or is it just, like, doesn't matter? Maybe? I like that answer. Maybe. Yeah, it's just never a system that I really fully explored, and now I'm regretting it. Oh! He's here! Garuga is here, so we might just get the thing we need from him anyways. Southwest Queen needs to come back. I agree. I think she might. That feels like a a Sunbreak monster if I've ever heard of one. Amatsu must come back, as well as Zamtrios. I mean, Zamtrios... Like, we were just getting trolled by them putting in the Zamites and not Zamtrios. You can head out to an expedition and return to shuffle when monsters appear? That doesn't advance time, though, right? Because now, this should be done. That looks snappy, but I'm just going to do this anyways. Feels a little bit better. How am I doing today, Papayable? I'm doing great. My only regret is I did not get the secret Odachi skill in Neo 2 last night. But otherwise, I feel pretty okay. I mean, I think it's good that you joined a quest for somebody carded like that. It makes things interesting, you know? Are there VODs for Neo 2 streams? They're on YouTube, so they are by definition VODs. All I'll say is that Odachi is a weapon that desperately, like, it starts off weak, but it really picks up once you start getting stat scaling on it. Like, when you first start using it, it just feels like a wet noodle. I don't like you running with Sticky. I know you could do better. Shinies, yeah, Shinies, and I want to break his head. It's easy and fun. It's too easy. I don't know if that's the full break or not. The sheathing is so smooth now. That's the full break. Am I 3065 yet? I was 3065 from day one. Because Dr. Disrespect is gone. Chaos hello. get the tail here? Almost got him flinch lock. Turning 29 soon?
Subscribed for 10 months. Hi, Shep. I'm turning
Congratulations.
29 soon. I discovered you about a year ago going through tough shit, and your stream helped me out a lot. Illy.
Congratulations on being almost 30. Let me know what it's like when you get there. No, that makes me happy. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that. Like, a lot. I'm really glad to hear that. Hopefully the stream schedule as it is today works out okay for you. This is when I ask you if I vacuumed my hair lately. I did, actually. It was like, this last weekend? Maybe it was 2 weeks ago. I broke Jen's vacuum. So, it looks good. Dude, look. I will go on all day long about how good the Floby is. No, it wasn't the Floby that broke. I broke the vacuum cleaner, but I got her a new vacuum cleaner and she really likes it. No. I did not break the new vacuum. What am I getting you for your birthday? I'm going to mentally command Neo 2 to be released on PlayStation Plus so you can play it there. I'm sure if I stuck around, a second Garuga could have shown up, but I'm feeling lucky. Like, I'm feeling like this is my time. You can break the Floby next. Floby's pretty well made, guys. No. How was fun as a 4-man gang squad in Neo 2? So I think Neo 2 is a cap of 3 players. And the bosses get really hard with 3-player scaling. So what usually happens is you go in with 3 people. And then 2 people die. And then you just watch one guy fighting for his life. Trying to pound through all the like buffed health that the monster has. Or the yokai have. There it is. So we're gonna get rid of expert. Well, I think attack is technically better than expert. That's looking pretty okay. The only thing we're missing is focus. Oh, and crit draw? Wait, what? How many skills do I have? Rune Factory 4 is out on Steam now. You should buy it. This is on emulator Mesh Mask, yeah? You took your first bath in years? Congratulations. Neo 2 only seems to get difficult once you get to New Game Plus. It's like a curve. It dips. It starts off very difficult, then it gets easy, and then it starts getting hard again. Like, the first couple hours can be really, really challenging. If it was on PS Plus, you can get it. I believe in you, program. Crit draw, focus, quick sheath, focus, high grade earplugs. I can't get those things until I get... I don't think I can get those until I get the GX Hunters. And especially if you're playing the game for the first time, you don't know like how key pulses work or stance shifting works or how the yokai are going to attack you. Like, you're going to die a lot. I'm usually going to die a ton. Stop ignoring Maldi. Fine. I guess I should probably check it again. You know what? There's a Rathian, and I'm going to kill her. On the very off chance that it gets us the Garuga quest. You wish that were a picture of you in the background? Just like have like a whole ensemble of people behind me. Why'd I say that so menacingly? Maldy steals the show, okay. That did 0 damage. What the hell? This is low rank Expedition Rathian. I do feel a little bad. I actually do. Yeah, there wasn't much time for suffering. There is a Palico named Trump who is an expert at stealing. I'm just gonna let that exist on its own. Just gonna leave that. Gonna leave that there. Just gonna leave that. Frenchie, good morning. I might actually hire him too, because I think I need more stealing cats. Put him to work. He has Handsome Hall. What is that face? It's funny. Conga. All right, I guess we'll do, we're gonna start doing the. We're gonna start doing these guys. It's not gonna get any easier. I don't think. Chameleos. Hire Trump, then dismiss him immediately. Can you get a little kiss? I already kissed Moldy. I'm definitely gonna need antidotes here. How are Chameleos' hit zones? Are his back legs still like kind of okay and for you? So like the one monster in the series where it's like fire's almost always a good call. Woo! Bunch of stinky hit zones. The head is 45. That's as good as you're gonna get. That looks okay. Can I get a little look? All right, hold on. I'm about to play the video game. Stinky like me, how dare you? Go for that. Wow. I was able to, like, hyper armor through that boss swipe. I wonder where the mount points are. It's not the body, clearly. I'm sure the head counts, but... Doesn't Chameleos teleport in this game? He just turns invisible. Can't get the head. This sucks. Oh god. Can you ammo invisible? You can actually. Swished. I'm looking for my... I don't have them. Could have sworn I packed... Oh. That's convenient. Thought I was packing energy drinks, but I guess I screwed up. Is our defense better now? Not really. Am I going to become a femboy soon? I have a beard and lots of muscles. I think it would be difficult to be a convincing femboy, unfortunately. But God love the femboys out there. I'm gonna let that stop you? Sounds like I'm giving up before I even started, right? What a mask and a wig can do. Good. Riding him just feels like it's gonna be hell. Because every time you want to, like, jump on him, he does that. He's like psychic. Well, I actually got him out. I actually got one hit there. Such a cool monster. Interesting. Oh. That was an unfortunate attack that he did. And he keeps throwing up, like, on the ground. Like, I'm not going to really be able to get him. I don't know if my greatsword can reach. I don't know if it would be worth it. Dude, Insect Glaive must be disgusting on him. Just being able to get non-stop mounts and actual access to his head. Yes! Bit of a tricky ride, isn't he? Please? Okay. Yeah, there's like no roaring or anything like that. It would actually probably make sense if I like had an alternative armor sets, or if I scaled the armor sets for some to have earplugs versus high grade, and then in some cases no roars at all. I guess the Monoblos helm would allow me to do that. I don't know if that's technically an attack in this game. I know in Generations it basically is. Well, that definitely is. Oh, good. Is it just poison breath? Oh, God damn it. This is fine. Feels like the wings are okay for mounting. He stole my jerky. Best Elder Dragon, he's great. It's great when there's a monster that makes you actually want to consider running like poison resistance. I don't know what really happened there, McDurpus, but that was definitely like a weird animation he just did. Push the tail. Imagine if he could heal the items. He stole just one Moss Wine Jerky, heals them up to full. Oh god, no. My bad. The tail should probably come off by attacking the back legs. Yeah, if you're not paying attention, you will fail that mount. I was not paying attention. Fatalis might be a bit easier, though, with earplugs, right? Like, earplugs probably makes a lot of those much easier. This makes me want to be a bed boy so badly. Woo! What greatsword is this? This is the Sregios greatsword. I'm getting blasted. This is the time to use bed. This is the time to bedge. I'm bedging. I'm right next to the bed. Try Cleric Beast with no vials? Oh, with no healing? I mean, I'm sure, you know, with practice it could be done. No shame in it? All right, let's be honest, though, Fume. There's, like, a little shame. It doesn't have to be a lot of shame, but there's a little shame. Like, I can't sit here and be like, this is shame-free. I love this move. Oh. Letterhead, hello. How are you? It's 18 motion value? Wait, is it really that low? No way it's that low. Is it not just a round slash? That's pretty bad, actually. You're awful but sore. Have you been working out? Or did you get your nano machine boosters recently? I feel like you don't even get a mounting hit if you hit the head. It's called a side slap? Is that not this? No, there's no way that's it. That does way less than 18, I think. You're going physical therapy because your back muscles are too tight? That sucks. Can't get nano boosters in your city? Yeah, I mean, I guess we're pretty privileged in the US. If you want to get your boosters, you can get them pretty much anytime, nearly no appointment, any city in the world. Any city in the country, feels like. I guess the question is does the side slap do 18% motion value? Stay away from me. You said he's so small. Are you in the US? Really? No, I'm not going to bed. Midwest? Weird. Huh. It's called side slap, but it's cutting and 18 motion value. Wow. I mean, has it really gotten to that point where the government's like, fine, you're not going to get the vaccine? Then we're going to stop sending it to you. That sucks, dude. I'm really sorry to hear that. That's actually, like, super messed up. Are there, like, pop-up clinics to take the horse paste? Like, come get your horse paste? The slap definitely has KO, but the idea is like, if you do the rolling slash, that does 18% cutting motion value. Which, I mean, it's still not, like, awful. As far as I remember, the vaccine mandate wasn't being very consistently enforced anyways. So I don't know why they complain too much. Oh! Let's just be safe here. I'm trying to be conservative with my healing. Would any break? Wings? Well, I mean, this... No, so... Hold on. I'll try and demonstrate it without dying. That's the rolling slap impact. That can only be done through either a forward roll, or I guess you can always kick to get to it. The Xbox version of My Time at Porsche on the Xbox did not have great performance, Valadius. I never saw, like, I don't think there's ever any game-breaking bugs, but whenever I watched her play it, I was always like, man, for an Xbox One X, this is not running that well. All right, and this is the rolling side slap there. You attack, you roll to the side. Let's go forward. What the hell? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe at some point I'll try running it on the Series X, Valadius, to see if maybe the Series X can power through whatever unoptimizations they had, but I was not impressed with the performance. I'm not going to be here and be like, tell you just to buy another game, but I would say Rune Factory 4 just got a wide release on lots of consoles, and it's going to run like a dream. And even though it's based on a 3DS game, like, it's got charming enough graphics. Oh, God damn it. Is Rune Factory 4 multiplayer? I don't think so. I don't think there's any multiplayer features in it. Fume would know better than me. And the nice thing is, like, full price, I think it's $30, Valadius. I can easily going out and see it going on sale for like 15 or 20. I played it on the Switch, and I think it just got its console and Steam release. Recently. You Googled RF4 and got Russian fishing 4? There is fishing. No. Stop it. What are some common Russian fish turnip? Some teams suffer than Kushala? Just a tankier boss in general. Dude, I think it was like Leon Fume. I had Leon in the town, and the guy was like a goddamn beast. 35 minutes, Smudge? Yo, that was so cool. Did you see him, like, bend his head around? Oh, was it Dillis? Sorry. It's like Dillis or Leon. One of them was like a complete powerhouse. Dude, I killed it by attacking its tail. Was Camillus in Freedom Unite? He was. Oh, you just got an appointment? Congratulations, Letterhead. Magical pikes are featured in a lot of Russian fairy tales. Like, many? There's a lot of Crucian carps in Rune Factory 4. At least from what I remember. Felt like there was a lot of Crucian carps. Gem? But you need like there's like a heavenly scale or something, right? A mantle in G rank? I remember catching a bunch. I did fight Camillus in Freedom Unite. Basically, this has been a completionist run, so... so far, for every game, I fought every monster in each game. Thank you for your prep work on YouTube yesterday. Was it yesterday? Day before yesterday? I didn't stream on YouTube yesterday. Last time I streamed was on Tuesday. I'm going to fight the fatties in GU. I'm probably not going to fight them in GU. I go back and forth on whether or not I'm just going to full-on skip GU. No, the YouTube run, though, made things a lot easier. We were able to get upgraded armor, and we have a lens, which will be very helpful later. What if we pretend GU doesn't exist? We could do that. You can't skip the best game? I know we skipped Monster Hunter Dose, but everything in Monster Hunter Dose was in Freedom Unite, so. One more kiss? Fine. Here. You ever see Mantis or Calamari? Those are good hunts. It's a Teostra. I gotta do a Teostra. I don't want to do a Teostra. I don't want to do a Teostra. I don't want to do it. I gotta do it. Guys, we're so close. The challenge is fighting every monster in every generation. But so far, every game I've picked up, I've cleared every monster in the game. So, every monster in Portable 3rd, Freedom Unite, 3 Ultimate, and now almost 4 Ultimate. Just use the endgame file for it? Dude, if I use my double cross save, it'd be like no problem. Even my GU save is like pretty okay. What generation is in World? Technically, it's 5th generation. Think we beat the Super Event Velstrax? I mean, multiplayer runs have always been very smooth. Solo Astalos? Less smooth. The Velstrax is Super one? The Velstrax... I don't know. I mean, the Velstrax that I would have fought in the all credits run was like just the village story one. Veterans, when does one know when the generation ends? Generally when they would release a new numbered title. So it was Monster Hunter, then Dose. Oops. Then Try, then 4. I don't know why it wasn't Quattro. I mean, we could do supers. And then in World, like, they've gone away from proper generational titles starting with World. But if, like, you're into that sort of thing, and some people are, like, really into that sort of thing, then, you know, you can loosely make it up. But, like, what generation is Rise? Like, Rise is a lot different than World. Does that make it 6th gen? I don't know. I mean, the line is starting to blur. Monster Hunter fans when Capcom releases Monster Hunter 0. I mean, I like the approach that they're going with now. Still say Rise is 5? I mean, it's fine. You know, it's an opinion. Like, you have whatever you want. It doesn't make any difference to me, really. Yeah, I mean, you know, in the sense that Monster Hunter World was so much about, like, lots of endemic life and watching them and being endemic in life, Rise feels so much more like an arena fighter game. Like, there's still, like, spirit birds and toads and stuff like that, but they don't feel as much like a living part of the ecosystem as World did. Be funny if the next Monster Hunter is just Monster Hunter. Yes. We're going back, boys. Yeah, I'm not personally a very large fan of spirit birds. I like the idea of the hunters sucking on a bird, but like actually like running around like a kart racing game. It's not huge to me. And that's a fair point too. Like, Dose has a lot of the same monsters as Freedom 2 and Freedom Unite, but it is a very different game. That's a reasonable idea. Would I have to do EXs too? I don't have them all unlocked. Somehow that didn't get me with Blast Blight. You gonna help me unlock them? I don't want to spend the time doing that. Thank you. I mean, maybe it would be nice to finally have like a completed 4U save or Gen U save. Jesus Christ, that was so much damage. What the hell was that? Fire resistance? 11? It's not low. That was blast, not fire. True. That was blast. That was certainly me getting blasted. So, all right, here's the thing. I'm going to go in the zone. He is going to Nova, like, immediately. Hold on. This is Fortify letterhead. We do have Fortify in this armor set. So now we are up to nearly 600 defense. How much is Copium resist? Negative 30. I mean, to be fair, Ace Trainer Alex, they should use Sega Genesis soundscapes more often in video games. Teoster's a little bit of a pushover in World, isn't he? Once you get a handle on him. His G-Rank version doesn't feel that much stronger than his high-rank version. Am I wrong? Victoria Lou, how am I doing? I've been doing great. I've been getting way back into my exercise off stream, which makes me really happy. I was feeling a little ill just before I got my booster vaccine. And then with my booster vaccine, like, I got kind of sidetracked a little bit. But we're pretty much back to 100%. How are you doing? Are you enjoying the holiday season? We finally just got a little bit of snow the other day. Thought G-Rank and high rank are the same. I'm assuming G-Rank Teostra has a little bit something different. But he doesn't seem that much faster. This is scary. It's like he knows I'm close to dying. It's almost summer here. It's pretty hot. Oh. Australia? That was terrifying. We made it out, though. Wow, you stopped at Coral Pookie Pookie? Oh, Brazil? Oh, I see. Monsters has always been really popular in Brazil. It's so interesting to me to see what countries got hooked on the game. What does Teostra's Flamethrower look better in Freedom Unite than this game? I mean, blame the 3DS. Or it's possible just the art style was just different in this game compared to Freedom Unite. Just like the way it looked better in Freedom Unite. I go for a mount here. I'm gonna get blown up. Oh. It actually was not a lot of damage. I feel it'd be rusty. I mean, that's a good thing. It's just a chance to get good at the game again. I think he's got a little bit of wind press there that normally knocks you over. Okay, that was confusing because it was like, I'm used to in Freedom Unite where, okay, we're running away. Yellow particles means it's going to be a far attack. But in 4U, they give him like super close directional attacks even with the yellow particles. You wish we were good at bow? Dude, bow is so good once you start getting good at it. I think that hit the face. Whew. Whew. Well, just don't do coconuts in multi. They got pretty badly nerfed in Iceborne anyways. So even in solo play, they're kind of questionable to use. Vertical whip. I mean, it's very comfy. I understand it. It's very comfy just sitting there doing spread fire coconut over and over again. Zoner? That's right. What are you going to do about it? Huh? Going to seal off all the exits? Dude, the arc shot was so strong in Portable Third. You're going to eat your beans, all of them? No, you're not. You can't even handle my beans. But I feel like Longsword isn't that bad. I mean, honestly, as long as people run, like, Flinch-Free 1 in multiplayer, it's usually not an issue. No matter what people are using. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Is there anywhere you should be aiming, or you just need to get good? So, usually the way I'm approaching Velkhana is tenderize the wings, you know, wall bang while aiming for the wings until they're broken. Because if they're broken, it makes it so much easier to break them again in the future. And then, yeah, you just tenderize the face, and then you just shoot it. And then eventually, you'll probably end up doing enough damage to either the legs or the tail to get the full topple. But aiming for the head shouldn't be bad, because Velkhana does a lot of attacks where it just keeps its head in place. Like, its Ice Beam attack is pretty perfect. You know, when it's enraged, it does it twice. When it's not enraged, it only does it once. So knowing what it's going to do means you can kind of position yourself a little bit better. Oh no. Oh, I missed everything. Oh, I was so bad. Oh, outplayed in every way possible. I mean, dash dancing is okay, but if you've got, like, Ice Blight, if you're running low on stamina, you don't want to do that. Nice Amatsu impression, thank you. That was really annoying. Oh, he's so smart. He's got moves for everything. Don't run again. Please don't run again. I think he's going to fly soon. You know what? I maybe had a bad time, but didn't die. And still got 6 Mega Potions. Plus 10 potions. I gotta be more aggressive. Now that I'm looking at it, like, we don't really have a lot of time in this quest. Can you even repel in this game? Or is it, do you just, like, fail the quest if you don't kill them in the 35 minutes? I mean, I would say the art style letterhead of all of the Monster Hunter games make itself so they're, like, a kind of timeless. Slay or repel it. Dude, he's so good. Ah! Am I streaming the Game Awards? Yep, we'll be streaming those tonight. We'll be streaming those on Twitch. We've been doing a lot of YouTube streaming at night, but we'll be doing that one on our main Twitch channel. Am I dead? That attack doesn't go as far as it looks like it will. Hippo, hello. The localized guys at 8-4 maybe had a little bit too much fun. Please! What are you doing? Wait, does Twitch not work on Roku? Really? That's annoying. So, even though we've been kind of getting our ass kicked, we've also been kind of kicking his ass, so. It seems like this is going to work out after all. Amazon Fire Stick because of licensing? Oh my god. Dude, Amazon's like the worst company. A real slugfest with Tio. Kanye and Drake concert's going to be on Twitch. That sort of stuff is great. I've been saying that for like a long time now. Like that's exactly what Twitch needs to do to grow its audience. I mean, I don't, you know, I don't know people's individual feelings about Kanye and Drake, but you know, those are pretty big artists. So no, I didn't see it, but that's great news actually. That's great news for Twitch. Was that the supernova? It was. Yep. It goes on a timer as soon as he enrages. A lot more music people are doing this on Twitch or with Twitch now. Some of the biggest streamers I've seen just do DJ streams, and I have no idea how that works with DMCA. We had one card. Zoning paid off. Hooray! So the gems just aren't that big of a deal, though. We need, like, big Elder Dragon gems. Just the normal gem's not enough. Because, like, YouTube seems to be a lot more willing and able to put money behind doing big events than Twitch. Like, Twitch is a really good community, And that helps out a lot with help keeping it relevant versus whatever YouTube can do. But, you know, it doesn't have to stay that way forever. Like, if YouTube actually figures out, like, an actual decent, like, you know, viewer experience option for, like, you know, the actual video window and the chat window, you know, allow custom names, better emote support, and if they put, like, free subs behind, like, YouTube Premium, I mean, it could be a really big deal. It could be a really big deal. Not there yet. Probably at least another 2 years away from having all those things. Should be in Ucanlos? I thought I already fought in Ucanlos. Was that like the high rank Ucanlos? I guess that was a high rank Ucanlos. Not a huge fan of Ucanlos. I love a Cantor, but Ucanlos is kind of lame. So I think for GOG, I think we're just going to die twice, immediately and intentionally. Yep, we're going to do the Video Game Awards tonight. Hippo. Video Game Awards in... I mean, I'll probably be starting the stream in 6 hours. Tripping a Canlos with his inner ear infection? I usually go for the back legs. But maybe because I'm a coward. I did see the Acanlos head you drew. It was very nice. It'll be here. It's going to be on Twitch. How much of 4U is left? So we got to beat GOG. And then I got to work on actually putting the list together because we have to start checking off the Apex hunts. Am I going Insect Lay for GOG? No. I'm going to do it Great Sword. We will be using Fortify strats, though. Not God. GOG. GOG Mazios. I mean, I've beaten GOG Mazios with Sword and Shield and Hammer before. I could definitely do it with Greatsword. Who is this guy? This is Ucanlos. That's a little bit of damage. Just getting that Fortify. Just getting that Fortify, baby. Umari, not Memer, you have to fight Ucanlos to get into G rank. So for whatever reason, I guess they thought it was a good idea to give him a G rank cutscene. Yeah, I don't know why that is the way it is. Because it's like in the high rank guild, they add him there, and he's the urgent you have to do in order to get into the G rank guild hall. No, the timing was really funny because like I was playing 4G at Comic-Con when they were demoing the demo for 4 Ultimate. And I was literally standing in line doing my Ucanlo's Urgent because the timing was just like that. Like Japan had already gotten the full release. And we're still waiting just to play the demo. Felt bad, man. Scott told your position being removed by Jan 1st and get back on phone support again or find work elsewhere? That sucks. What are you going to do? I mean, you probably have enough experience now that... You go to cons? I used to. I don't know when I'll go to one again. Someday, presumably. I went to like nearly every PAX East that happened. Like I went to PAX East for years. I could probably qualify for a panel at this point. I don't know if I could qualify for a panel at a PAX, but maybe. What's the blue karate Pokemon in Gen 5 Pokemon? Is it Sugma? Dude, I don't know. I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. Comic-Con is the worst convention I've ever been to. This is 5 minutes. Hey, we're over 700, Are you leaving, Fume? Goodbye, Fume. Hopefully we're gonna have enough life to actually survive something. Good time for that, I guess. PAX, on the other hand, is generally like a really fun event. Like, it's gotten kind of worse as the years have gone by. And I think that's more of a product of, like, they sell way too many tickets, and so the venues are, like, way too crowded. Which, I mean, it's like, whatever. I mean, you know, they want to make their money, I guess. But it used to be no problem to get into most panels, and now it's like, gotta get in line, you know, an hour ahead of time. I mean, the Comic-Con I went to, it felt like literally the only thing there was to do was walk around and buy merch. Like, yeah, I mean, there might be one panel where they show you a trailer that's then immediately put online, but... That extends backwards pretty far. I mean, I don't know. I mean, obviously nowadays, with the pandemic, I'm sure the lines have never been shorter. So in that regard, maybe a small blessing. I don't know. The parties are fun. Stop. Oh my god, I rolled right into it. Ah! Good. Good. You didn't mean it like that? You know goddamn well what you meant with parties, okay? I went to a neat party once. It was not the Dauntless party. I can't believe, how bad is my ice resistance? All right, it is negative 16, so that kind of makes sense. Isn't there like one sort of like music and game festival that I've heard is like a lot of fun? It's like near DC. Some people said that was a lot of fun. Yeah, no, I'm sure Comic-Con was great. Like I've got no doubt. Like Comic-Con was probably great this year. Best it's ever been. Maybe it's Gen Con I'm thinking of. Is this for you an emulator? It is. Yep. Looks great and smooth. I did a lot of work to try and make it look okay. Wasn't the last kind of possible super spreader event for a new variant? That is probably true. Okay. I guess I can't even do anything cool then. That was Succon? I don't know. You tell me. You're the one that was doing it. Into the chin for fortify strats. I mean, our damage isn't, like, our weapon's okay. We gotta attack up small. I mean, that's something. Did this hit anything? Follow-up shit. Nefudis, hello. We're almost definitely doing GOG today. So that's exciting. Succon was bad, not much to see there. Can you believe those portion sizes? I know you're more into the footlongs, Dwarven man, and not so much like the cocktail wieners. I get it. Me too, really. Doesn't like a good footlong? It's satisfying. There's something Really? What was he attacking? What was that? No, we did Kushala yesterday, actually. It went surprisingly okay. Okay, I don't really know how that happened. I'm excited for anything at this Game Awards? Oh, it's going to be a good year for the Game Awards, dude. Letterhead, congrats. Good luck. Get anus. Yeah, I mean, you know, I mean, I'm excited to see literally anything Capcom releases. Presumably, there'll be like another Sunbreak trailer, and that'll be a lot of fun. They're making this other title that's like this sci-fi next-gen game, and it was supposed to come out soon. It's not coming out anymore. It's not coming out next year anymore, but I'm still thinking we might get a trailer for it. I'm just a Capcom fanboy. I really am. Hold left and tap target cam for a perfect strafe around swimming at Camlos. I'll try it next time. What if I just used a Farcaster and sharpen? It is kind of, I mean, and look, don't get me wrong. I like Death Stranding. But I would like to see more of a video game for his next video game. Your guess is some DLC for RE8 will be announced? Oh yeah, they've been working on that since like E3, haven't they? I guess, but like what could they really add? Just more stuff, I guess? I don't know. I guess I don't get that excited about that sort of stuff anymore. The advert about a guy crying so hard at Death Stranding he flooded New York? I don't remember that. Like, for those of you who haven't played it or watched it or anything, if you really like walking and delivery, if you really like fetch quests, Death Stranding is one of the best delivery simulator games ever created. If you just want to see that concept pushed to its logical extreme. If you're looking for sneaking action, espionage, probably not your game. I found the story much easier to follow than most of what's going on in Metal Gear Solid. There's like a lot less characters that you have to keep track of. I can't go that way. I survived this time. Like Metal Gear, yeah, Metal Gear Solid 2 is a good example. Like, great game, but like, there have been like college dissertations written trying to figure out what the hell is going on in that game. Yeah, this ice blight is bad. How does that attack kill me with Defender? Defender procced on that and I still died. That was greedy. I didn't have enough stamina to move around. Do I try to eat for like ice resistance? No, I've had a couple pieces of G rank armor. I am not making Star Knight. This is the time we get it. We'll be fully upgraded soon. Once we beat GOG, we're going to be making the GX Hunter armor and the GX Hunter base, both of which have a base defense of 120. That's amazing. The Garuga Mask is going to mess us up, though. You can shield his diving move? His swimming move? Dude, I'm just going to do that from now on. I don't think I'm going to make a GOG weapon. I mean, the GOG weapons are really cool. And even without crit status or anything else, you probably would get at least one sleep a hunt, especially if you put sleep weapons on your cats. Just doing that from now on. Appreciate the advice. That's like a million times better than like doing the little waddle run. Did I play Metroid Dread? Nope. Kind of just want to die. Just fuck fortify. Fight is easier with Valor Longsword? You could say that about anything. Okay, that kind of sucks. He could still get you with those little ice balls. You're stuck on Shuten Doji? You got a low stance dodge through his Nene move, whatever you want to call it. No! Try bomb evading? Oh, that sounds like a good idea. What armor set are you using, Zaldin? I feel like Warrior of the East might have the best overall armor set in base game, Neo 2 at least. Because it lets you put points into Constitution without, like, dumping all of your damage. I don't know if I'm close enough. New flagship will definitely be like some... Feels like he's going to be some sort of vampire dude, right? Uh-oh. Thank you, Texas. The only thing I'd say is there's two types of video guides for Neo out there. The first type of video guide is like doing stance switching, showing like actual utilization of like key pulse and key flux and stuff like that, yokai abilities. And then the second type of video is like, let's just use this one active skill for everything that we do. And it's still very effective. Like, you can play the game either way, but I would suggest don't get too stuck into somebody who's like, just play high stance all the time. Stance switch is difficult. I'm not gonna lie, but they definitely have their uses and abilities. Even if you get used to switching into low stance just to evade. I mean, mid stance is okay. Like, it's obviously it's the balanced version between high and low stance, but you're not getting the better evasions and you're not getting the high damage output of high stance. This is with no fortify, right? Back stance? There's unfortunately no back stance in Neo. What is that range? Holy crap. Can he always shoot from that range? That's insane. What, excuse me? That's, so Ucanlos is based off of Tigrex in a way. I know it doesn't seem like it. But that tail hitbox having like a vacuum that kind of sucks you in, that's like peak Tigrex. Does a Cantor stream cover the entire area? No, I think there's an area it doesn't cover. Be making you guys like did was getting started with Iceborne? No, there's a lot of players out there. Well, I mean, I don't know, maybe, but there's a lot of players out there way better than me at Neo 2 that have made some very good guides. I think Last to Load probably has some of the best guides I've ever seen in any video game ever. Does Purity only do more key damage? So if you have a Purity weapon, you can keep holds after you block. Purity is generally better against yokai and less effective against humans and vice versa for corruption. But it usually still works. So, I mean, if you're playing mid-stance and you're using Purity builds, you don't even need to really worry about dodging. You should just be able to block and then keep holds off of that. The one thing I'd say is to, like, really get used to using flux. So, like, when you keep holds, switch your stances twice to the other two stances that you were not using, and then switch back to your main stance, or even just stay in the other stance that you're in. What's Flux? So Flux is a samurai skill in Neo and Neo 2 that when you keep holds, if you switch stances, you gain 11% of your key meter back immediately. And then if you get the upgraded version of it, you can do it twice. So no matter what, any key pulse, you get whatever your key pulse is, plus an extra 22% key back. Which, when people talk about like zero key combos, you basically end up doing a combo that will use like, you know, 22% plus a little bit extra key so that you basically can combo infinitely. You can absolutely, I mean, if you haven't unlocked it, you really should. It's the sort of thing like when a enemy is just about to get to their key being broken, you know, keep holds to your high stance generally with Flux. So you go, say you're in mid, you would keep pulse, go to low stance, and then go to high stance. And you'll have a lot of key back. This is bad. Do not want to be bouncing out of zones. You want to see a Cantor and a Canlos fight? If they get added to Rise, you probably will be able to. Yeah, I mean, I'm on Team Cantor. I feel like most people are on Team Cantor. I bet some people like Canlos. No. Oh. mean, I'll say this. I don't necessarily dislike Ucanos. I just like Akantor a lot better. Riding Ucanos against a Pookie Pookie, it'd be fun. That's sick. I mean, all right, so Ucanos armor is great in the sense that you basically become a polygon. Yeah, if you're looking to apply a status or an element, low stance is really good. Like, usually what I'll do is I'll start in low stance just to apply purity or fire or whatever. Dodge, and then once that is applied, either switch weapons or switch stances. And you probably know this, but if you inflict two ailments at the same time, so say like purity and fire, or purity and water, they get confusion status. And confusion status makes it so that they recover ki much slower. I'm not sure exactly how it works for yokai, but that's how it works for humans. Yeah, I don't know that the fire time fists are going to help you much against shooting doji. But at the very least, they are tonfas, and they're probably a little bit better at inflicting ki damage than your spear is. I should have sharpened. Poison and lightning should do it, yep. So every time a yokai goes into and out of the Dark Realm, they clear all of their statuses. Confusion prevents boss yokai from entering the yokai realm. Thank you, Leech. That's really good. If you have that on them and then you're just wailing on them at 0 ki. Yeah, I just don't know why Neo 2 wasn't a more popular game. My elitist gamer attitude believes it was just too hard of a game, and so most people bounced off of it. Like, this game's crap. I mean, but like, Ninja Gaiden was the same way when that came out. People were like, this game sucks, it's too hard. Which, I mean, to be fair, I mean, it was hard. So. Purity counts as an element. The only thing that doesn't work is you can't do purity and corruption. They will overwrite each other. So you can't have, like... I mean, you could have, like, one weapon that was purity and the other weapon corruption and just switch it based on whether you're fighting, like, yokai or humans, I guess, but... It feels like a little bit of a waste if you did that. In general, I prefer purity, but it just isn't entirely dependent on what you have, because I find most human enemies, like, aren't that bad. And because purity is just generally better against yokai, and also you get the benefit of the ki pulse on blocking. Yeah, so, and that's the hard part, Fire Cannon, is like Neo 2 starts off like hard as balls. Neo 1 is even worse. Neo 1 is like terrible when you first get started. I don't know, I feel like the first boss in Neo 2 is pretty easy. Mizuki or whatever he is versus big Iron Ball dude in Neo 1. I don't know. Maybe, I guess, by the time you get to Snake Boss, if we consider that the first real boss. I know some people really struggled on him. Kamonova, we're one quest away from fighting Gog Mazios. I mean, Iron Ball, dude, is easy for you now. I'm just saying, if like you're a new player, you know, never before played Neo, I think Iron Ball, dude, with the equipment that they give you, is way harder than Mizuki. Nishu start feels like Neo 1 endgame? I don't know, man. Maybe I'm wrong. That was the snake Jester to Tester. That snake messed people up real bad. Oh yeah, no, you just die. Yeah, no, Neo is definitely a game of like, well, I guess I'm dead. Especially once you start getting into like the post-game stuff. Fighting those DLC enemies, woo! Some people play the game in like agility setups with like no constitution and just like, I don't know how you do that. Dr. Bob, it's an interesting game in the sense like literally the tracking that your attacks have on enemies like becomes like a hidden stat. Like the humble high heavy attack on the axe is just like so good because it just has such good tracking. This should hit, right? Yep. Hooray. No, 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 no. Just getting my sub-quest rewards. Just getting my first aid meds. So you don't need to fight that first Minotaur. Like they even tell you, like there's a little pop-up that says, hey, you know you don't gotta fight this guy, right? The new 2 DLCs are a lot of fun to run. It adds a lot of things that can make the game a lot harder. And I mean, I guess ultimately, if anybody's like really struggling in the game, like how many of those blue summon guys can you bring? Your fight everything? Very respectable. 2 of them, I think? Should make most bosses pretty manageable. I mean, you'll have to live with the fact that you summon the guys to help you, but... Oh, we got our carbs. How many cards do we have? Oh, only one. Tonfa with life high drain? Yeah. Heavy armor and life drain can feel really nice. Can he reach? Oh god, he can. It's kind of how I died last time, right? It was a similar situation. I mean, A agility is like Omega privilege. One thing I would like to try out at some point is I guess you can get double A agility with ultimate stamina. I wonder what that's like. Probably not worth it, but... Can let's do the hop more in GU? Can't say I could like really compare the two between 4U and GU. I'd say I've fought them enough. I feel like I've probably fought the most Ukamos in Freedom Unite over the years, but I guess it's kind of hard to say. That was some good damage, probably. Hopefully. Seriously, you're coming again? Why? What a nightmare. He's coming again! That's why I call him the showstopper. No! I gotta give credit to the pals. They are really giving me a lot of healing this fight. Well, don't do it again. So true. That's so bad. I'm gonna like immediately do Fortify 2 on Gogmazios. You really don't want to Fortify 2 on Gog? Try and stop me. Fine, I'll at least Fortify 1. Gog is immediately after Ukamos. For me to get the armor upgrade that I want, I actually have to beat him, so... Why did I bounce? What did I bounce on? Woo! Well, still under 30 minutes, so not awful. Didn't break his head. I didn't go for the head. I'm not making his armor. I'm not making anything of his. Oh, he does have a cool looking greatsword. So do I have to, like, do something for the White Academy to give me the mark hole? Or do they just give me the mark hole anyways? How does that work? Oh, it's a bit of work to get it running this well, Incognito Man. I'm still really on the fence with, like, the community-made custom textures. Like, I appreciate the work that they did, but a lot of it is, like, way too highly detailed and processed by, like, the AI upscaling. I think it's, like, the sort of thing that we were talking about where, like, you kind of want to see, like, a 2x resolution increase for the textures. Like, 4K textures is, like, just, like, way overkill. 17 Staple Fat Guy, thank you.
Wow, 17.
You gonna be by
Love you,
tonight,
Slap.
Staple Fat Guy, for the Game Awards? Probably some Sunbreak news. Here it goes. Starts at like 7:30, yeah. I'll probably be on at like 6:30 with my version of a pre-show, I guess. It's actually kind of bad. I don't have any. I'm almost out of mite seeds. 8 p.m. Eastern, but usually they have a pre-show, Dr. Bob. When they gave Monster Hunter World Game of the RPG of the Year, they did it off the main show. Just some real garbage. It's going to be on Twitch. I'll be streaming it on Twitch. I'm feeling pretty confident, guys. Is that a bad idea? Should I, like, not be confident? Yeah, not the main show, not an RPG, and God of War. God damn it. God of War was an okay game. Like, I want to come off as, like, some sort of, like, a God of War hater. It was fine. Wonder if The Last of Us 2 will get more awards this time? Yeah. God of War is okay, but its combat had serious problems. It was fine for God of War combat. Yes! Fine. Here. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. Is this the video? No, not GDC. There's just like so. Ooh. Is this?
We were watching.
Yes! Okay, I found it. All right, you ready for this, chat? Here, let's just watch it. Let's just watch it together, okay? You ready for this? It's not long, it's 5 minutes. You'll see. You'll finally see. Once I figure out how to get it, hold on.
Underground like Russian Fight Club videos. I would show them on the frame of frame and say like, if somebody hits, and you could see that it doesn't go like this, right? It goes and then stops and then kind of glances off, the body goes and then
all right, I know that's
swipe back through.
This is Cory Barlog, the director of God of War. He's talking about designing the game's combat, a process that took years.
And what I was looking for was this feeling of when there's actual contact, the whole body changes. Like, not only does it feel you hit, but it feels like it sticks for a second and then passes through.
Anyone who's enjoyed an action game knows the way that combat feels is so important. Combat can feel meaty, or it can feel weightless and inconsequential. Sometimes that's fun, but it would be incongruous with the Leviathan axe, Kratos' massive weapon.
I like how they show the
Using a
weightless
heavy
combat.
weapon, like an axe, generally shouldn't feel the same as, say, using a dagger. Game designers use a combination of speed, visual cues, sound effects, and controller rumble to drastically change the way that combat feels and makes you feel. And if there's one thing to say about Kratos' axe in God of War, it's that it feels good.
They do a good job
Kratos
with the
grunts
recall.
and roars when he swings the axe. The controller rumbles. And of course, enemies fairly explode when Kratos kills them. But there are some more subtle animation strategies at play that really make the Leviathan axe feel special.
Let's ground ourselves. Let's see if we can get the axe to feel heavy and weighted and feel like it sticks.
So, how did they do it? The most common method for making melee combat feel impactful is called a hit stop. You see this tactic a lot in fighting games.
Hit stop is important.
Here's
I feel
hit
like it's
stop
really
as defined
important.
by Masahiro Sakurai, creator of the Super Smash Bros. Series. When a player strikes an opponent, both parties momentarily freeze. In high-speed fighting games like Super Smash Bros., having a hit stop communicates to the player that the collision actually happened. The action stops. We register the hit. And in a sea of fast-moving shapes and colors, that momentary pause makes a big impact. God of War doesn't use a traditional hit stop, but it does have something similar.
And one thing that always bugged me about all combat games is everybody plays the same animation. So if you hit somebody or if you don't hit somebody, you just do this swipe, and then what we do is the trick of a hit pause. And it makes it feel like that move hit somebody. But it's the same move every time. You hit or you don't hit, you see the same thing.
Programmer George Mall designed with a team called Axe Sticking Technology using inverse kinematics. When
That's the
Kratos
part
hits
that
an
makes
enemy,
me mold.
The axe freezes. Hold up, let's let Cory explain that.
What it's doing is using the skeleton all the way down and allowing you to have either a fixed point or move that fixed point and then have the rest of the joints move. Inverse kinematics would basically allow me to grab this point and then move it any way that
They
I
got
can. So that
inverse
you can actually
kinematics on their axe.
attach to something and then move the body around.
Visualize it like this. There's a sphere on the end of Kratos' axe. Every enemy is covered in spheres. When these spheres come into contact, a collision is detected.
Every time you'd hit a point of detection, the IK would take over on the arm and the upper body. So
But like the
you'd
game's
actually
so
have
fast, like you
a
can
legitimate
you don't even have
stopping
time to
point, but it
appreciate
would
it.
detect where it needed to
And
be
there's like
hold
almost
it
no
there,
hit
as
stop.
Kratos would continue sort of the sweep through, and then after a set point, you can unstick, and he'll swipe through like on that. But you'll still get a little bit of the animation will continue, and he swipes through. But it gave us that sensation of this axe feeling weighted.
Animation techniques like this are also why the axe
It's
feels
just like-
meaty, even
Like
after it
that
leaves your
is
hands.
good, but then you look at the cartoon
When the
looking
Leviathan
enemies.
axe hits an enemy, it momentarily freezes them or knocks them back. It's a response that gives the player a visual sense of the axe's power. The weight of the axe is reiterated in the way it returns to Kratos' hand.
Traditionally, when you're doing animation, you have a character that's going to go pick something up. You want that smooth, I've grabbed the cup and I pick it up.
But with the Leviathan axe, animators didn't want it to feel
Yeah,
smooth.
DeSantis.
The animators actually removed frames of the axe's flight trajectory to make the impact
You got a
feel
biopsy
sudden
on your
when it
butt?
hits
I'm
Kratos'
sorry
hand
to hear
with
that,
an
Melly
audible
Chest.
snap.
Is
It
your
almost
butt okay
accelerates
now?
faster when it gets back into his hand. And I think a lot of it does base on that feeling of, oh, that is just very weighty.
These animations go a long way toward making the axe feel tangible and powerful and satisfying to use. And combined with the game's audio and other visual effects, we're served a cocktail of sight
It's just weird
and
that the
sound
axe
with
has
every
weight and
swing
yet
or
the
throw of
enemies
the
are made of
axe.
helium?
With one press of a button, the player
Right?
sets off a series of complex simulations, and the result feels good.
It's just
I want to hear from
weird.
y'all in the comments about other game mechanics that you used for the first time.
I don't know. I just like don't you throw shade while you still got some old things you got to clean up in your own house. Does that make sense? And it's one of my biggest complaints with Rise is there's less hit stop, and I just don't know why that is. I'm assuming that's something that we might be able to mod into the PC version. Presumably we can mod that in. It would be an improvement, Mitch Bear. It would be interesting if you actually saw the monster move a little bit in the direction that your weapons hit them, and if your weapons changed their animation a little bit when you made contact. I'm not arguing that. Like that makes sense. They seem really potentially interested in gameplay. I mean, it's just so weird because they're like, ooh, look how good this is. And then it's like, yo, your enemies are just floating, you know? Rick Poole, good morning. It is 2 p.m. in the Eastern time zone. Resident Evil doesn't really have hit stop? I mean, I don't see why that should stop them because the hit stop is there for some weapons. It's just like not as much. Gogta. Yeah, no, the sound design and hit stop animations in World are better than Rise for the weapons. It's true. The idea being is like it stops momentarily so you can see that you did damage, because when you hit something and your weapon passes right through, it's giving you that subtle response that you're just bouncing off of the monster. One of the biggest arguments against speedrunners is the speedrunners that are like, hit stop bad. No, hit stop good. Oh, I needed to get the Markle, didn't I? Enjoy this cutscene, and then I'm gonna back out. Get some GOG faces in chat. Such a good monster. How is Gog able to sneak to the gunpowder storage? He just ate the whole thing. I think it's like oil. Well, I mean, what's the difference between tar or oil? Is there a big difference? It's more tar-like because oil is slippery. Tar is like sticky. Yeah, sorry guys, I forgot my mark hole. I was tweaking out over that video. Never been able to solo Gog? I've done it with Sword and Shield and Hammer. Insect Glaive is like easy. I've probably done it with Insect Glaive. Insect Glaive's no problem. Do I have the nuke unlocked? I think so. How do you unlock the nuke? How do you unlock the mark hole? I mean, do I need it? It's a lot of damage, isn't it? Oh, you gotta do...
It's called release.
You gotta do some quests.
Because you don't understand.
Oh. MH4U Twitch. Twitch viewers, hell yeah. The Dose viewers. There's easy mark hole, so they put some in the box. Maybe I don't even worry about it. What makes Insect Glaive so good for you? So mounts are particularly strong in for you. Not only that, but Insect Glaive gets the benefit of like basically free earplugs. And then its rising combo, like it's just standing triangle combo, has crazy motion value. MH DOS or MS DOS? I like both of them. How am I supposed to check them out if they just stop streaming? Well, you could follow their channel. We're gonna try and do. We can probably do this with if we have Fortify 1, we should be fine. It is GOG time. Yep. That's efficient. That was really efficient. Had some rough Rajang hunts? What weapon? Guys, that was on purpose. Am I going to make his greatsword? I'm not planning on it. Gunlance? So I was checking out the instruction manuals the other day, alternate alpha, and it was really interesting because it was actually going into detail that if you wanted to unleash a super combo, you have to time the hits. Isn't that funny? Where's the best place to hit if he doesn't have like the active slime? His little inner legs? This music is so good. I'm assuming these are better than his back legs when he's not enraged and has flowing lava. Oh, you know what? I should get an old Monster Hunter strategy guide. That would be fun. Like, the tar's not moving quickly, so I'm pretty sure that means it's not weak yet. Honestly, I think the head isn't that weak until, oops. Until you see the lava flowing. Yeah, it's weird, but it's not like a good hit zone. Oops. Isn't he a big Gore? That's very diminishing to both him and Gore. But yes, they definitely share some similarities. His hind legs are 35? I'll probably get more combos off going for the back legs, honestly. Or not.
Officer Honks. just
Officer Honks,
resubscribed
thank
for
you.
5 months.
I think I'm safe here? Oh, yeah. The restraints aren't even worth using until he's, like, enraged, right? You feeling we're gonna get official Steam releases of the old Monster Hunters? I don't know, man. I was talking to Jono on stream. He made it sound like don't get your hopes up. I'm gonna hit by that. But I mean, hey man, no one would be happier than me. Well, I mean, maybe you'd be happier. But I'd be pretty happy. Oh god, no. Oh god, no. Here's Fortify 2. I mean, it does feel like Monster Hunter for Capcom is a constantly advancing title. Bummer. It's a bummer, alright. That's fine. I wanted to get the double Fortify anyways. And there it is. So, joke's on you guys. We could honestly probably do like a lot of combo greatsword on this dude. Why am I on the chest and not the back? Leaping 30 feet in the air to get on his back? I can't imagine it, and you know what? I like it. Oh, I really hope that was going to hit. Hit the chest for the Dragonator? I mean the bat. The Dragonator's stuck in his bat. Or do you mean the village Dragonator? Bleh. Seen a lot of streamers pick up the Monster Rancher release? Dude, it's a good game, man. Would I say this is the best final boss? It is a personal favorite. It's just like such a final boss. So good. So creative. I just want to say I'm really happy that the Monster Rancher people released Monster Rancher 1 and 2. Because it would be a shame if we only got 2 or something like that. I think I actually had some, like, modded weapons in Iceborne or World that were just, like, the GOG weapons. I wonder if this will hit him. The stream sounds great when you're using loudness equalization. Thank you. I'm hitting the head. I don't want to hit the head. Return with the gates trackers. Oh yeah. Oh, that was some damage. Would that have killed me? If I didn't get Defender proc there? Best not to dwell on it. Oh, you're going to be getting anus letterhead Maybe not tonight, but definitely this time tomorrow. That was interesting. Is the tail tip actually worth hitting over the back legs? It's not really flowing. Jeez.
Frenchie061 just gifted 5 subs.
Frenchie, thank you. Happy GOG Day to you. It's not really flowing, though. It doesn't really look like it's flowing, at least. Oh, that was such a good hit. No, 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 no. Oh, I'm getting a hit again? Or not? Wow. Okay, Yummy. Have a good night. Good. Congrats on staying up until a somewhat normal time. Can this hit? Miss hit. Yes. Whew. Whew. I mean, these are some big hits. Oh no, oh no, no. Big hits for a big GOG. Is there any sense in restraining him before he starts flying? Feels like it makes a lot more sense to wait for the flying. No! No, 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 no! Dude, watching him just like turbo throw up on the cats is kind of funny. Oh, oops. Yeah, poor little guys. They deserve better, honestly. Oh god. It looks like it's flowing now. Like a lot more than it was. So I'm gonna go for the arms. Wing arms? I don't know if it's worth going up specifically to Dragonator him. A frog was hitting me in the ankle with a sword, I'd be like, wow, a frog with a sword, that's badass. That could have killed me. That should have killed me. I got very lucky there. What weapons are used in 4-player speedruns on this fight? Probably at least 1 insect glaive. And then probably like 3 heavy bowguns. This is good. Gogma pudding cups? This exact level is unique to 4. But there were, like, town defense missions. It's time. Or not? Dude, what happens now that he's tripped? Oh, he's taking off now. I don't know if this is going to hit the back or not. Can't be that many monsters after this. We have all of the apexes outside of Seregios, technically. Thank you, display. Gog is a giant walking weak spot. Only when he's in rage like this, though, right? So much damage. No, the monster somebody was role-playing in chat was Gore Magala. Similar to Gogmazios. What happened to your Jeering set with the Gruga Mask? I actually don't need the Gruga Mask for this set. The full set that I'm going for, I need to beat GOG to make. We need access to special G rank quests. All clear to use the Demolisher. Wouldn't that be nice? Oh, God. No, 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 no. No, I don't have any mark hole. I didn't do the quest to unlock it. I'm fortified. I was double fortified. We were definitely on pace to clear it. We were absolutely on pace. Bummer next time for sure. No, we were kicking his ass. Until we got ass kicked. I forgot to zone? Well, I promise you I did not forget. Is this a high rank set? Kind of. 15,000 HP isn't that bad. It's good fortify, good. Is there any monster with more HP than GOG? In this game? Dalamadur, probably. If not Dalamadur, then maybe Darren Moran. Just a guess. I don't think I'm hitting anything. Nope, not hitting anything. Does he have a Dragonator stuck in him? He does, actually, yeah. His lore is he likes to invade supply cabinets that have, like, gunpowder. And then presumably at some point he just found the Dragonator and just got stuck in him. You can actually break it off and use it on him, which is amazing. I always wondered why GOG weapons don't have blast. I'm glad that they don't. I'm glad they've got sleep. It's Kulu Yaku that loves rotten eggs. Can't help himself but eating them. Sleep is a weird choice thematically. Yeah, I agree. It is definitely a little awkward. After Doji, how far into the DLC? You had a couple more quests. You still got a little while to go. It's up to you whether you want to do the DLC right away, though, or if you want to go through and do it in Way of the Strong or Way of the Wise. Or Way of the Neo. Oh, oops. Having a little bit of a harder time with him right now. He takes a lot of concentration. What's harder, solo Safi or solo GOG? I've done solo GOG several times. I've never done solo Safi. This is probably the least prepared I've ever been, though, of all my 4U playthroughs. The only thing that's going to carry us is the fact that we're using Greatsword. Harder than Great Dire Morales? Did we finish Dire Morales like our first time? Yeah, he's harder than Dire Morales. Dire Morales was either our first or second time. Well, for solo Safi, I mean, I thought the understanding I had was that you have to do it in one round. I mean, if you give me like a weekend Safi, I mean, that's no problem. Obviously, it's no problem. But draining, it's just so much energy to drain. Why fighting Morales was heavily underpowered armor? Technically, my Morales set was probably less good than this. Although, to be fair, I did have Blast. Oh, should we do more of that roaring? Or standing? Standing is good too. How many fights do I still need to do? After this fight, we'll still need to do a bunch of the Apexes. And then, like, all of the weird, like, kind of unique fights. Like Rusted Kushala and Raging Bracky. Savage Devil Joe. I've been in a Roshi Kirin. Nope. Now, any, like, optional unlocks, pretty much haven't done them. Minus Yan Garuga. This is bad. Devil Joe's already in Apex? Oh, no. Did I do the event Kongalalas? We are gonna do once we beat GOG. There's a monkey quest we're gonna do for GX Hunter equipment. There's the face. Such a dream to fight with Greatsword. GX Hunter? I think so, yeah. What's this monster's name? Gog Mazios? What's breakable on him? Pretty sure anything that has the drippy lava can be broken. Head, wing arms, tail, chest, back. Those are the big ones. He's got a lot of breaks. And his back, if you break it, he's got a Dragonator tucked up there. You could use it on him. I mean, I kind of desperately need to make armor for my cats. I can't just walk up there, can I? I know it seems weird that I'm hitting here, but this is his back. So if I get it enough, we could break that Dragonator out. Oof. Sometimes when he chases the cats, he can, like, really screw you over. Couldn't do it. Thank you, Defender. Ugh. I could see Razor Sharp being better on this set than Attack Up Small. I think we'll see the other Fated 4 in Sunbreak. I feel like Sunbreak is going to be their attempt at making the equivalent of like a Monster Hunter Freedom Unite or Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate again. Hopefully more Freedom Unite than Generations Ultimate. First saw this monster, you thought he was undead? He kind of acts that way, doesn't he? Looks and acts so creepy. What makes Unite special? It just had so many monsters. For the time, especially. But it also had subspecies. Something Generations forgot about. Just lots of... I mean, usually in G ranks, you don't get a huge new roster. You usually end up getting, like, a ton of returning monsters. And you'll get some new guys. But it's not... Usually their focus is making a bunch of new guys to set up the new world, the new lore, and then the G rank is like, hey, we brought everyone back to the party. You know, some subspecies and stuff like that. Iceburn was huge, but like a lot of those monsters were returning. What is he doing? There's nobody up there. Maybe if I wasn't tarred, I wouldn't have died. It's gonna be hard. This is gonna be hard. This is gonna be a hard fight. Maybe we'll do one of the Markhole quests. It'd be nice to get some of the ammo. I need to do G2 escaped convicts. Oh, that looks great. Get good, LMAO. Yeah. Insect Wave and Star Knight. No! Dude, last time we did this Celtis Queen, like, we demolished her, man. You don't really, like, need Sonic Bombs against Cephadrome. Did we beat GOG? No, we died twice. It'll be, we're throwing for content. Do you prefer only subs and G rank or full roster plus G rank? Oh, oops, all subspecies is like literally my dream. What happened? I waddled into some goo and then he exploded me. That's what happened. Ayla Mao? Maybe she could help me hunt monsters. It's hard to find healing cats, isn't it? Oh. Frenzied Cephadrome. I didn't even know that was like an option. If it means getting monsters like Ruiner, that one exception would make me sad, but everything else would be better. Even Nightshade Palomu. You can post if you want, Isodate. You'll get smacked by the timeout robot. But it's only for one cycle. Maybe I do need Sonic Bombs. This is awful. It's not that I dislike Ruiner, it's that Nergigante is a better fight. Why is that when I was fighting them last time, they were like constantly hopping out of the ground? Now I fight them, they refuse to leave. Yeah, I think YouTube is whitelisted, so you might be okay there. Magnamalo sub and Sunbreak? I'd be shocked if you didn't get one, wouldn't you? I'm gonna get frenzied, because I can't even attack him. That sucks. Missed this. Oh, just in time. Sunbreak will probably be $40. $60 combo with the base game and the expansion built in. I mean, at the very least, Magnamalo will get like an Apex, right? Which is like a copium subspecies. They're actually pretty good. I just wish there was more reason to fight them. Apex armor? Apex weapons? Something? Give us something. Don't jump. Well, I do prefer when they actually explain it. Hyper monsters get no explanation whatsoever. Apex gets about as much explanation as Hyper. Come on, buddy. They should bring back hypers. Why would you say things like that just to hurt me? Oh, it's a hell of a fight. No, Texas, please. I'm right in front of you. Yes. Investigations with unique rewards that you could share would be neat. I agree. That was going wonderful until it didn't. You guys think the Celtis Queen is going to be tempered too? Or frenzied? How convenient. Stop! Cephadrome definitely looks, acts, and feels like a brainlet, doesn't it? Takes one to know one? No bigger brainlet on this website than me. Even Geratotus has a better fight. This one's actually kind of tough, though. I guess Geratotus and Rise is a little bit better. Did I kick his ass that much? Is he in area 1? Or 3? I know it's a multi-monster quest, and I know I got some good hits, but... I wouldn't expect him to be dying this quickly. You forgot Gyarados was even in Rise? Dude, for a while he was he was a very popular SOS target because people were getting wrecked by him. Same thing with Acnesom. Oh, wow. Where I said mostly world monsters, which kind of sucked. It's a little unfortunate, isn't it? At least they were mostly redesigned. And the Rise exclusives were amazing. People had trouble with Acnesom? Dude, Wendy's streamed themselves playing the game and they got killed by a chicken. Apex Bear was the #1 most... The hottest hits. That one was popping off. So this queen is usually like up around here somewhere. I mean, if you were going in a high rank and you'd only ever done the village and you're fighting greatly unprepared and it was your first monster in a game, you might die to the chicken too. You know. Kind of happens again in PC. I'm excited. Like, I'm really excited to be playing Rise all over again. You know, maybe some mods will help fix some of the smaller annoyances. But, I mean, it is a really fun game. What about Village Kezu? You shouldn't struggle too much with Village Kezu. He really does not have a lot of life. Ooh. Goes the tail. She makes some pretty crazy sounding noises, huh? Oh, she's doing the attack! That's the attack that we didn't see last time. Oh, I'm so happy it's here. Worst thing about PC, people are going to cheat for God Charms? I mean, plenty of people already did that in the Switch version, though. Get out of here. If they're not doing it for records, let them. I mean, I don't personally care that much of like somebody who's playing the game casually, but it's pretty lame when if you're a speedrunner and you do it. And it's a shame that the TA Wiki made the rule that all charms are allowed. Because all that's doing is telling people that, you know, we expect you to cheat if you want to be on an even playing field. Is it okay to cheat for meme charms? If you want Bubbly Dance 3, I'm trying to think what else. Oof. Bubbly Dance 3 is okay. Hellfire. Hellfire is not a meme though. Hellfire is actually really good. Yes, Bubbly Dance, Mushroom Answer. Come on, dude. I'm under her. God damn it. I kind of want to go to the bed to cure this. How many times have we carded? That's fine. Mushroom Answer is a more difficult skill to deco in than Crit Boost or Weakness Exploit. It's amazing. If I were to do some serious Celtis Queen farming, and I'm not saying I'm ever going to do that, I would absolutely deco in, oh God. Paralysis resist. It's like a shotgun when she fires that off there, huh? Yo, this sucks. Ow! If Nitro Shroom were like a 10% damage boost? Yeah. Dude, when I fought her on this playthrough, it was just like full domination. It is not that way anymore. Please. Oh, it was so close. Oh! Oh! That was actually really cool, though. I like that. Oh, uh-oh. Do I have anything to deliver? You know, worst thing they took out, remember the little delivery cat guy? That guy was great. I love that guy. That would be great for this mission. I think he's back in GU. What's his name? He's got a name, right? It looks like a limp. All right. I mean, just in this game, because like it feels like it's pretty easy to get full up of items. And you don't have like a super, you do have a field pouch, I guess, but it feels like you carry a lot of items with you. Bring less items. I like bringing all the items. Now that I'm actually using item sets. Is it just me or is Pink Pal looking kind of depressed? You like my Power Ranger outfit? It's gonna get better soon? Transporter. That's a terrible name. I hate that name. Suds? The hell? I guess he's ours now. Cats still don't have armor. We're gonna get them once we finish. I'll take care of the cats before the apexes. I promise you they will. They'll get something. All right, I think I'm gonna leave now. I want to get a little bit of exercise in, and then I gotta cook dinner. But we'll be back here tonight for the Game Awards. We'll be streaming it. Probably some Monster Hunter World News there. Not World News. Well, maybe. GOG today for sure? No, I lied. It's only 2 quests to get double Y stones and dense Markle, I think. Not YouTube. No. It's going to be. No, the Game Awards are okay. Okay, Parka. Nobody cares about the awards other than everybody just goes, wow, dumb choice. Like, that's how that goes. But the trailers are usually okay. Thank you for the stream. You're welcome. I'm just trying to see if the next quest is available before I leave. What is it? G3 Lab Partners. That's not too bad, actually. Bracky and Rathalos? I could do that. All right. I'm leaving. I love you. I will see you all very soon. I'll probably be starting up between 6:30 and 7, so 3.5 and 4 hours from now. Frenzy Bracky's like, whatever. I've done that before. No. That's no problem. 15 flash bombs can do it. Thank you, Frenchie. And thank you, Frenchie, for those 5 gift subs. Thank you again. I was mid-GOG when you gifted them. Thank you. All right. I'll see you soon. Everybody have a good day. See you in a couple hours. Goodbye.